Hello! Hello, 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 hello everyone, hello everyone. How are you doing? How are folks doing here? How are the folks doing here? How are the community? How are the people? How is everyone doing? Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience with me. Thank you for your patience with me. I am Almantas, and I am out of practice. That is who I am and what I am doing. I had taken a big ol' sip of water. But yes. Power is back, and I am getting used to the idea of having power again. I'm getting used to the idea of having power again. I am getting used to it again. It is strange. It is strange to have power again. I'm feeling unsure of what to say after that. I got home after being without power for several days, during which I did a lot of kanji practice and read a lot. I'm trying to get back into the swing on my kanji practice because I was kind of in a bit of a slump after I got back from my Japan trip, and so it's been a few months of me just being out of practice. I never actually did do like a what do we call that? A real good retrospective. I showed you guys some of the pictures, but I never showed like the full. I'm not going to show obviously all 6,000 pictures. That's ludicrous. But I never actually did like a full like a curated like here's what I saw in Japan thing that was like at all formal. I just kind of like grabbed some pictures that I thought were good. And so I probably owe that to you guys. But yeah, since I got back from Japan, I've kind of been in a slump, and I fell behind very, very badly. And so I am trying to get back into it. I'm doing pretty decently. But, you know, I'm going through all 2,000 kanji, 200 plus a day to see how many of them I can actually remember. Action rate's not too bad. Action rate is not too bad. And usually, like, one reminder is enough to get me back on any given kanji. But I think my Japanese level, after probably a week or so of getting back on the kanji train, I will probably be at the point where I need to just, like, actually translate a book. Like a full book length, maybe not full book, but like a short story or something. Like, I just, like, start with some text, and then just translate it and either compare it to a friend's to like an existing English translation of the same thing, or like ask a friend to do a comparison for me and be like, hey, how wrong was I? I kind of just like don't. Part of this, I just like I'm being lazy. I just like don't want to. Not lazy, shy. I'm being shy. I don't want to just like sign up for an actual class, and so I'm looking for ways that I can study Japanese without having to actually be in a classroom setting, for whatever insane reason I have. Like I said, I'm being shy, which is kind of an insane thing to do for studying a language, but I hate disappointing people so much that I don't even want to like show up to a language class without being fluent in the language that I signed up for the class on, which is a pretty goofy way to live. But it's my way of living. It is my way of living. So, That's what you get. That is the Almantas that you get. That is the Almantas that you get. But yeah, today is going to be a calligraphy day. I don't normally do calligraphy on Tuesdays, but that's what we're doing today. That's what we're doing today because I didn't get to do calligraphy on Sunday or Monday. I haven't determined what my schedule is going to be this week. I'll definitely do mini painting Thursday. I will definitely do mini painting Thursday. But I don't know if I want to do things Wednesday or Friday. In the interest, I don't almost ever stream on Wednesday, and I am at the point in like schedule stability where I like actively don't want to stream on days I normally have off. Like, even once. Like, I don't want to, like, encourage somebody to be like, oh, this is when he streams. Like, even like, that feels like too much to me. But at the same time, it's still very few streams, and I want to... What's the word I'm looking for here? And for Friday, I would love to get back into this. I'd love to try and push the, what do we call it? The Infinity propaganda. That might be what I'll do. I might do an Infinity game on the Discord server, but we are throwing off, and I don't know whom that should be with. Since there are currently, I think, 3 people who are kind of, like, on deck for that, and I don't know who is actually available Friday. I should just ask the 3 of you. I don't know if... I know 2 of you are here right now. The 3rd one I don't think is here right now. But let's go ahead and do hellos. Hello, Seribot. Hello, Wea Biscuit. Hello, the unemployed Foyd. Hello, Mix UAV. And thank you for the 4 months. Thank you. Well, I'm sorry, the 4-month streak, the 21 months total. Thank you very much. Once again, this is a viewer-supported stream. Your donations are what keeps me on the air. Hello, Fizzbuzz. Hello, Theo. Hello, Sharkray. Hello, Just Another Lurker. Hello, Kit Creates PNG. Hello, Beautiful Angel. Hello, Gringotts Underwriter. And hello, of course, to the lurkers and the VOD watchers. I appreciate all of you. It's extremely kind of you for being here. It's extremely kind of you for being here. This is a viewer-supported channel. But yes. Yes. Oh, hello, Golf Alpha Yankee. Hello. Welcome in. And, what was I going to say? Oh, Wea Biscuits. Yeah, I don't have stream elements enabled because they're kind of a shady company. But if you want to avoid the Twitch cut, I think Bits does, doesn't it? And there's, of course, Ko-fi. I do have Ko-fi enabled. For donations, for donations that don't involve the Twitch cut. I honestly forget. They've had a couple of they've had a couple of run-ins. I believe they have some. I want to double check this. Let me double check this. Let me double check something before I make a strong accusation. I need to check this. Yeah, Hello, Ryan. Hello, Ryan. I'm trying to find a really reputable claim for this, a really reputable source for this claim that people seem... Oh. Yep, looks like BDS. There we go. That's what it was. Yep. I thought they were Zionists, and yep. Yep. That does appear to be the consensus. I cannot... Yep. Yep, that seems to be, interesting. But yes, hello Byzantium Rose, and I said hello to Ryan. I said hello to Ryan. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, so, yep, so, yeah. Oh well. Yeah, that's why I stopped using them a while ago. That, and it was like a software layer that I was doing very little with. So yeah, Ko-fi is the donation platform, or, if you... I have not found the actual statement. That is what is kind of driving me nuts. That's the reason why I was looking this up. Several people are supporting the claim. I don't really want to get into it super much because I'm gonna have to do like some fact checking. But anyway, I don't know. They don't provide a service that I particularly need, because the main thing that they provide is alerts, which are already cooked into just Twitch itself. So I don't really worry that much about it. That is what I kind of got to understand from people. It's always hard to like look into these things. I'm just like, I'm not gonna, I don't know. Stream Elements, the company that owns Stream Elements. But yeah, they don't provide any elements that I need, any utilities that I would actually want to use. So I used to have integration with them. I deleted it years ago. I don't need to worry about it very much. But yes. Anyway, thank you for the watch streak, Byzantium Rose. Thank you. Why did I say that like that? Yeah, Stream Elements has no elements that I need. I need Twitch, I need alerts. My redeems are busted, but those aren't really going to be handled by Stream Elements. Stream Elements doesn't handle the types of redeems I care about. Which are ones that integrate with VTube Studio. The services that handle that are Sammy, Streamerbot, and Firebot, and realistically I could probably do all... I use them historically through Streamerbot, but Streamerbot has been giving me a lot of trouble the last several months. Hence why all of my redeems are broken. Firebot should work, but it's annoying. The most romantic book you can recommend to someone. It's really tempting for me to give you a shitpost answer to that. And go with Running on Emptiness. But that's not what you mean. That is not what you mean. You do not want to read... Okay, maybe you want to read Running on Emptiness, because Running on Emptiness is very fun, but... that's not what you mean by romantic. I am using romantic in a different sense. The Tragedy of Young Werther is, of course, the classic romance, but also not what you're looking for. If you liked Jane Eyre, the obvious follow-up is Wuthering Heights, which Vex has also read, I believe. Might I propose... This is a little bit of an off-the-wall one, but it is actually one of my favorite books. Okay, actually, hold on. You're looking for... So, most romantic book. I do love romances, is worth saying. Romance has kind of got a bit of the vibe of Jane Eyre, but I think is actually just a radically better book. Middlemarch. I have not finished Middlemarch. I am halfway through Middlemarch. It is long. It is not primarily about romance. It is primarily about class conflict. But it does involve a lot of romance. There are quite a few weddings in it. You should have. Middlemarch has won a lot of awards. It has been frequently listed as the best written English novel ever. And as a person who is halfway through it, I think that's true. I just think that's accurate. I just believe that. It's really good. But it is, again, primarily about, like, class tension and the what do we call that? The thinning social fabric that maintained British rural life of the 19th century. The ways in which the ancient regime of Britain collapsed without a revolution. Yeah, I mean, it's also just easy for me to find class conflicts. A book that I think is actually shockingly romantic, even though it is not the thrust of it, but I think the romance is actually really important, is... You don't need to buy it. It was on Project Gutenberg. It's an old book. You can get it from your library trivially. It's on Project Gutenberg. It's on Wikisource. It's very public domain. One that you might have to pay money for, if you cannot find it at your library, is... oh my god, what is it? The Lathe of Heaven. People do not talk about The Lathe of Heaven as a romance, but The Lathe of Heaven is a romantic story. Not in that it is structured as a romance or is, like, even necessarily has that as its main thrust, but The Lathe of Heaven is a romance. It's about romance is extremely important to The Lathe of Heaven. The Lathe of Heaven is a science fiction novel. Is a science fiction novel about a man who has the Taoist superpower of changing the world whenever he dreams. That if he dreams about something, it changes the rest of the world to match what happened in his dreams. And he does not want to have this power. He thinks that this is an unfair power for a person to have, and extremely dangerous. He thinks it is an extremely dangerous power to even exist in the world, and unjust for it to happen, and he doesn't like that. He doesn't like that somebody can do it. He doesn't like that anybody can do it. So he doesn't like that, and he is trying to get rid of that power, and the psychiatrist who he goes to a psychiatrist to try to rid himself of this power, and the psychiatrist goes, "Wait, this is amazing. We can solve all of the world's problems." And it's about the conflict between the two of them. The way that so that said, no, he does fall in love with a lady. The Superman. The Superman does fall in love, and one of the things I found really striking about it was that the ways in which that love between him and a woman persist across all of the ways in which the world changes. The world changes in some incredibly profound and fundamental ways, and that allows them, and even then they are able to find love in spite of that, and that is part of the field of conflict, is over how that conflict works. And I did not say hello to Galaxy Wolf Star. How are you doing, my dear? How are you doing? Taking a big sip of water there. Yes, that's what he does. He does hypnosis. Shark, right? He does hypnosis. That is part of, because that's part of the technique. That's the reason why Le Guin uses a psychologist, right? To some extent, she is a Taoist, right? She was a Taoist in life, like legitimately. And this concept of dreams that change the world is a key part, is a plot element, not a plot element, a philosophical element of the Zhuangzi. And the Zhuangzi is amazing. Everybody should read the Zhuangzi. And so she is reflecting on how lucid dreaming and hypnosis interplay with that. But alright, Byzantium Rose. Alright. Thank you for the opportunity. Byzantium Rose. The Dao De Ching is really interesting. Going back to the rock you were watching earlier, I hope you enjoy it. Zhuangzi, not Daozong. Zhuangzi is not a romance. The Zhuangzi is just a philosophy book. Zhuangzi is just straight up philosophy. That's not a romance recommendation. It's just really good philosophy. It's just very, very fun. But yes, Middlemarch is fantastic. I am loving it. Again, I haven't finished. I'm reading just like a chapter or two a night. It's a big book. it's a big book. It's a big book. Where are they going? Oh yeah, so the Tao Te Ching, I wouldn't say it really has a plot, but I think it's actually really interesting the ways in which you can justify a lot of strange, philosophical, a lot of strange political philosophy. In the way through the Tao Te Ching, like there's ways that you can be like do some like really horrifyingly oppressive stuff based on the Tao Te Ching. I think that's kind of always interesting. I mean, maybe I haven't read the Tao in a while. I haven't read any of that in a while. I haven't read it in a long time. I never actually got through the I Ching. The I Ching's actually not... I didn't find the I Ching very interesting. I did not find the I Ching super interesting. But yeah, there's a bunch of these old philosophy books that I think are just really fantastic. They're just really fantastic. But yes. All right. Let me take... cracking the knuckles a little bit. All right. Do I have any reason to not... Yeah, and knuckles. Yes. Yes. So I will say that, like, so as a person who doesn't understand Sonic, like, at all, as a person who knows very little Sonic, things, who knows functionally nothing about Sonic, hello, Hornet. Hello, USS Hornets. Hello to the USS Hornets, veteran of the Battle of Midway. I remember Knuckles being sold as, like, super cool at some point in history, and then, then apparently I learned that he's actually just like a total dumbass, like an endearing dumbass. Just an endearing goofball dumbass, which I love. And I think that's very funny. I think that's very, very funny. I think that's kind of a delightful thing. But I am not a Sonic-er. I am not a Sonic-er. Where did I put my paper? This is disturbing. Sorry, I can find out most of my papers, but I can't find my guidelines. Got flanderized into a meathead. I mean, it's Sonic. I think that kind of like a lot of the point of Sonic as a concept is that everything's very, very simple. That's kind of my understanding of it, is everything's supposed to be very, very simple. That's like very intended. That's very, very intended. And so that means like not just in terms of the designs, but yeah, the characters are not supposed to be complex. The characters are not supposed to be complex. The characters are not supposed to be complex. They're supposed to be kind of simple. They're supposed to be kind of simple. They're supposed to be kind of like easy to understand and relate to. And it was more hot-headed. See, I kind of enjoyed the jokes about him just being really stupid. I think like the thing that I have seen that was like a Knuckles thing that's really stuck in my head the most was somebody made this fake dialogue where Tails is trying to convince Knuckles to buy a computer. And Knuckles is like, why would I want a computer? And Knuckles is like, you can go to my website about Linux. And Knuckles is like, why would a person who doesn't have a computer want to read articles about Linux? Like, I just like, that killed me. That killed me. That I thought was very good. Complex character in Shadow, and everyone's like Sonic with a gun. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything to say about that. Except Tails is a bit dumb. So true. So true. Isn't Rouge supposed to be smart? I thought Rouge was supposed to be smart. That was like Tails and Rouge are supposed to be smart, and Sonic is supposed to be kind of dumb. Eggman's supposed to be like, I guess, just extremely autistic. Knuckles is dumb. Shadow is dumb. That's kind of like my understanding. I don't. Amy is dumb. Amy might not actually be dumb. She's just too horny to be smart. If that makes any sense. That's kind of my that's kind of like what I thought was the deal. Was like she's too horny to be smart. Sonic is the Goku of Sonic. Yeah. Ryan, I can't I know so little about Sonic that I will not forget. The main reason why I know what Rouge is and can recognize her is because Bodega Rat has a fan art that she really likes of herself in Rouge's costume. So that's easy for me to remember. But Sonic would be cool if they went Super Saiyan. Doesn't he go Super Saiyan? I am basing that entirely. Hold on, shut up for Bug. I am basing that entirely on having played the Smash Brothers game where they've got Super Mode, where various characters go Super Saiyan. And he goes the most canonically Super Saiyan. So I thought he was Super Saiyan. He's a huge Dragon Ball fan. Oh, okay. Theo, I've never heard of this before, but that's pretty insane. That's pretty nuts. Yeah, that's what I got. That's what I got on that one. But that's a pretty crazy thing for a person to say. Oh, huh, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Rouge is just what's not that materialistic is a word that a lot of people would use, but that's not the right word at all. That's not the right word at all. That is, she has the white man's disease. She has the white man's disease of being addicted to gold. She's a colonizer? Yeah. It's funny, I feel like gold doesn't look super good on me. I kind of prefer silver and steel. You want to chew on gold? Well, good news, Bug. Good news. That is like the only elemental metal that you tend to see actually used in food. People do that. You like rose gold? I can dig it. I can dig it. I have thought about this in terms of like wedding rings more than once. Yeah, no, the best tiramisu in my entire life had gold flakes in Japan. That was the best tiramisu I've ever had in my life. And it wasn't even very expensive, to give a sense of how cheap gold flakes can be. I really kind of expected that gold flakes would, like, anything has gold on it would be like it would be like $100+, and it was like a $10 tiramisu. Which is expensive, but definitely worth it. Actually, I think it was considered less than that. I think it was like 700 yen. Yeah, you can make it incredibly thin. You can make gold incredibly thin. So you like don't have to. Yeah, it's like 3 atoms. Yeah, you can make gold incredibly thin. So that represents incredibly tiny amounts of gold. That can represent incredibly tiny amounts of gold. Oh, please do, Weea Biscuit. Please do. Please do. You're 3 atoms tall? No, you're 3 apples tall. Actually, no, you're supposed to be tiny compared to Inari, and Inari claims that she is 3 apples tall now, which is a damn lie. She is 6'11". Yeah, she's huge. That is a crazy way to put it, Ryan, the Space God. Sorry, I'm leaning back to stretch. Leaning back to stretch a bit. Oh, okay. That's an insane way to put it. That's an insane measurement. She is. I don't remember. He is. No, yeah, she is like the tallest VTuber that I know. Have I considered gold leafing as a hobby? No. That feels stressful. That feels very, very stressful. I might use gold leaf to make illumination, but in terms of things I need to work on as a calligrapher, that is definitely lower priority than learning how to draw funny little medieval animals. That is a considerably higher priority for me, is drawing funny little medieval guys. Weea Biscuit, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 4 months. Thank you so much for the 4 months. Yeah, Marginelli is funny, and I have done diddly with it. I have done diddly with it. I have done functionally nothing with it. Functionally nothing with it. Where are we on the ad break? We should be coming upon the ad break soon. Ad break is not yet upon us. Yeah, those medieval cats. Those medieval cats. I love those medieval cats. Remember in Pentiment, not only do they have those medieval cats, but you can pet those medieval cats. You can do those medieval cat pets, which is awesome. You can give them little scritches on their chins while they're looking like those crazy medieval cats. All right. A lot of them are penises, and a lot of them are knights jousting snails. There's even a particular trope in medieval marginalia of cats stealing penises. Like, you know how like a cat will like walk around with like a mouse in its teeth? Like there's a lot of those with a cat like walking around with just a dismembered penis. Doing that. I should really find an example. This is a visual medium. Medieval cat stealing penis. I should be able to get away with this on Twitch. Yeah, no, I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll show you. All right. Give me just a second here to studio mode it up. Turn off droid cam, turn on the window grab. Yeah, like that. Hold on. Remove studio mode. Yeah. That's a cat stealing a penis. I don't know what else to tell you. The cat stealing a penis. I don't even think it's the most famous one, because there's this one. I think this is the more famous image. So yeah, this was genuinely a medieval phenomenon. This was a genuine medieval phenomenon. Or at least a trend, we might want to say. A trend, as you might say. That's a great question. In the case of the previous one, in the case of this one, I think it's implied to be this person who was spinning. I think the implication is that this guy was spinning and he has lost his penis to this cat. That's how I read this, at least. Somebody remind me to send this picture to Nyanomancer and ask him, like, hey, is this you? All right. We are going to ads. I will be back pretty quickly, and then we'll be doing some calligraphy. Actually, I think I want to do... I know he's streaming right now. Hello, Arcane Memory. Hello, Arcane Memory. Also, happy birthday, Arcane Memory. I missed it, but happy birthday. But hello, dear. Hello, dear. We are going to the ad break in just a moment, but I hope you are well, Miss Arcane. Miss Arcane. I hope you are doing well. I hope you are doing well. Yeah. But you're EP, but well, okay. That's fine. That's fine. Fine to be EP. But yes, enjoy the BRB screen. I need to get up and stretch. I need to stretch. Hello, 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 hello. Let me get myself set up here a little bit more. I think a C2 should be fine for today. Let me get out my C1. Where's my C2? C2, there we go. There we go, mumbling to myself. Hello, itsy bitsy bone. Hello, itsy bitsy bone. How goes the bone? The bone. Da bones. All right. And a little bit of paper. As I say, I'm facing 180 degrees away from the microphone, like a real good streamer here. Okay. OBS. Got a bit of an issue here. You got a bit of an issue here. Such a good hunter. Isn't that like what they call you in isn't that what they call the player character in Lads? Is Hunter? Okay. No, wait, is it a hunter or huntress? Do they specifically feminize it? I thought there's something about them specifically going out of their way to make sure that it's hunter? Okay. Okay, interesting. It's just Hunter, it's not Miss Hunter. I feel like I saw Miss Hunter. See, if I got my fingers all stained up. We haven't even gotten started. Flashbang out. Miss Hunter. Okay. Green thumb. I'm actually kind of bad at growing plants. It's a surprising weakness of mine. Like, I occasionally am able to, like, grow, like, an herb or two for, like, gardening purposes, but usually not even from seed. I'm just kind of able to, like, keep them alive vaguely for a little bit. But even, like, I've managed to even kill, like, mint. Yep, splat. You know what? This is why I've got a dabbing cloth. When I grow those box mushrooms. I had a roommate who, me and him talked about doing that for a while, and we never followed through on it. We just kind of talked vaguely about it. And mostly just because, like, making like mushrooms go bad so insanely fast was the main reason why. Like, I tend to not. I don't love mushrooms enough to enjoy to, like, get over, like, how much they cost. Like, they're definitely like a good that, like, I don't hate, but I am happy to substitute with cheaper goods. Like, if mushrooms were, like, $1 a pound, I'd eat them a lot. Hello, Matthew Reiseeker. And hello, Roxator. Hello, Roxator. Hello. Congratulations. And Roxator, it's pretty easy. This is a speedball nib holder, and it costs like $8. like calligraphy is actually a pretty cheap hobby. I personally like the book The Art of Calligraphy for learning how to do calligraphy. Oh, looks like alerts are broken again. Like, as hobbies go, it's a cheap one to get into. It's mostly kind of just like a do you want to kind of thing, right? Like, I'm not going to advocate that people just like get into a hobby just because it's cheap. But the monetary startup costs of this hobby are very low compared to a lot of other hobbies. Oh yeah, it would fit with wax seals very well. Sometimes, Matthew, actually what's kind of funny is that over time, my materials have actually gotten cheaper. I've usually used fountain pen ink, which is considerably cheaper than traditional calligraphy ink. And I've usually done it on like pretty heavyweight paper. And I'm currently just doing it on standard printer paper right now. So I've like actually like gone down in expense as I've done this more. Because I started with fountain pens. Like I was already like a fountain pens guy when I started getting into calligraphy. Yeah, so I will say Raxator as a bit of a warning. Calligraphy is enough of its own thing that it doesn't really impact your regular handwriting. Like this is kind of its own skill. There's like a little bit of cross-pollination in that it helps you with your fine motor control, but fine motor control is just like a base. You know, it's having a lot of upper body strength will not intrinsically make you a better pitcher at baseball. Right? Like, it's certainly important, but there's a skill. It's like Shohei Ohtani is, yeah, like the strongest man to have ever lived. He just is, however, the best baseball player to have ever lived. Hello, Music Drum 01. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. So glad he's a Dodger? Ah. Yeah, see, as a New Yorker, I don't have like a convenient team to root for. Famous non-baseball city, New York. This came a bit on the Discord server earlier. I'm still kind of like thinking about the implications of this. Me and Gringotts were getting into it. That like Americans simultaneously don't really care about soccer, but they also really don't care about most international sports competitions. And the really strong evidence for this is that, like, we just, like, don't consider actual international baseball to be important. Like, we care about international baseball insofar as it provides a recruiting ground for American baseball. But, like, it's, like, the Olympic baseball is, like, I think Americans consider Olympic baseball to be less prestigious than just like a regular season game. I don't mean like the concept of regular season games in general. I mean just like any random regular season game is more prestigious than Olympic baseball. Which is interesting. I'm not much of a sports person, Galaxy Wolfstar. You're not talking to a guy who's got like a lot of strong feelings about most sports. I kinda have strong feelings about professional wrestling and competitive eating, but mostly because the people who are responsible for running those sports are like truly exceptionally evil. Like Vince McMahon is like incredible for how horrible he is. NASCAR, F1, and horse racing. Interesting. Where does Tour de France sit for you, Raxator? Keep up if you know what's happening. Interesting. My family is in general not really a sports family, like kind of like generationally. We have some like really dedicated Cubs fans in the family. Going back, you know, over 100 years. We have some very, very dedicated Cubs fans. You know, it's... One of my dad's strongest memories is taking his grandfather to said grandfather's final Cubs game. But my dad and my older brother tend to keep up with sports, but in a professional way. Like, they aren't actually invested in anybody winning. They're invested in being able to talk about sports at business meetings. This screen feels so St. Patrick's Day. I like this screen. No, I did not. Theo, I was sleeping on a friend's couch, and I was reading Middlemarch and practicing kanji. Oh, and I was watching a really, really good video essay that I still have several hours left on. Oh, I got whooshed. I got whooshed. What'd I get whooshed on? What'd I get whooshed on? How badly did I get whooshed here? I understand what it was. I understand that a American player from Brooklyn got red carded out from the World Series. And then America proceeded to lose to Belgium. And America, he got red carded out from the World Series. The Trump administration pressured FIFA into allowing him into overturning the red card. And then America lost anyway. That's kind of my understanding of what the ridiculous display was. And yeah, I think that's pretty normal, Raxator. That, like... And see, I saw the Olympics while I was in Japan, so, it was very different. I will say I really did like Alyssa Leo. I think Alyssa Leo is an extremely cool person. I think she is very, very cool. It is easy to root for Alyssa Leo specifically, as an athlete. Did you know that her dad's a single dad? As in, like, not like her mom, like, left or died. Like, her dad paid a surrogate. Which is, like, requires an enormous amount of wealth to do that. But, like, this guy, like, really wanted to be a dad. This guy's, like, really invested in it. But yeah, no, she's super cool. I have a lot of admiration for Leo. And very on brand for me, the sport I enjoyed watching most during the Olympics was women's curling. Curling I thought was really fun to watch. Yeah, curling's actually fun to watch. I used to really enjoy watching, oh, that was way too wet. I used to really enjoy watching, competitive StarCraft. And I used to really enjoy watching competitive, Age of Empires. Oh, actually, hold on. Oh, bobsled is what you mean, Raxator. Okay, so in the recent round of layoffs, I am looking for an extremely selfish silver lining here. In the recent round of Xbox games layoffs, was Age of Empires 2 affected? Because I know Double Fine is no longer part of the Xbox network, for example. It's me being incredibly selfish right now. Figure skating was fun to watch, genuinely. Like, I was never a figure... I did hockey, I didn't do figure skating. But, like, of all the Olympic sports, I think figure skating and curling are the most fun. I get the impression that the figure skating as a sport is designed to provoke lust. I don't know how true that is, but I know that ballet is designed to provoke lust. So that might just be you enjoying it properly, unlike me, who's just like, damn, that's impressive. I thought it was really interesting that, like, there was a... Who's the guy? Who's the guy who... Well, the American guy in singles who everybody thought was a shoo-in for gold and then flubbed it? Ilya or something like that? Yeah, the quad god. But yeah, I remember, like, he had, like, apparently he had, like, a big discussion with Alyssa after he ate shit. And was like, Alyssa is right, that the purpose of doing this is to create something beautiful and share it with the world, and I had lost sight of that. And it's like, yes, I am glad that the best figure skater in the world is not like a person who came out of like a figure skating factory, but like a woman who loves beauty and wants to make the world beautiful and quit for years because she lost inspiration and came back and just became the best in the world. Like, yeah, I'm into that. That's good. Good for her. Good for us. Right? Like, that's good for us. I also really enjoyed that, like, the men's downhill skiing events are, like, all, like, 40-year-olds. I like that a lot. It's like, this is an old man's sport. Less pleased by the fact that all the women in those events were, like, 22. Like, that felt weird to me. It was like, oh yeah, this is a sport that's like really good for like 40-something-year-old men and like 19-year-old women. It's like, That's strange. Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad we get to be alive at the same time as Alyssa Leo. Long jump, yeah, I think that thing's crazy. Actually, honestly, the big jumps that they do, like big air and stuff like that, just kind of make me anxious. Like, I don't feel like I'm like watching something beautiful. I'm just like anxious. Like slalom is what I was thinking of. Like slalom is cool as hell. I like slalom and moguls. Moguls I liked a lot. Moguls was really fun to watch. But yeah, it was really funny watching it on NHK because it was like they would cut from everything to spend more time on figure skating. That just upsets me, Sharkray. That's just upsetting. It's like Luge. I don't like watching Luge. It's just like, ugh. During an exhibition with 2 people die, yeah, they'll do it. Well, it kills people, so that should be scary. Hello, Miss Mochfist. Thank you for the 6 months. And yes, alerts are definitely broken. Thank you very, very much for the 6 months. Very, very kind of you. This is a viewer-supported stream. Your support means the world to me. How are you doing, dear Miss Mochavis? How are you doing? Just convention is low? Oh. I hope you had a lovely time at your convention, Miss Mochivus. I hope this was a fun con, not just a work convention. You wish your handwriting could look like that? You can work on it. This is a learnable skill. This is not a talent. This is very much a learnable skill. I actually get a little bit worried when I encourage people to pick up calligraphy because I fully expect some people to just get like better than me like really fast. Well, I mean, sometimes it's small. Sometimes it's small. Small can be good. I don't know. The only cons I've been to in the last... The only non-work conventions, and even then that's kind of not true, right? The only convention I've been to that weren't just like straight fully like business have been MAG and Offkai, and good lord, MAG is big. Good lord. I think 30,000 people. Yes, that's the alerts. The alerts are broken again. They were working earlier on stream. Okay, looks like that fixed them. 4th of July to a Kanye West concert. Okay. Fan Expo Toronto, it's 75,000 people. Oh. Offkai is like 6,000 people, and that's like probably too big. But I'm not really like a conventions person, I guess. Kind of lame, if we're being honest. I'm going to Offkai. Yes, I'll be at Offkai. I'll be at Offkai. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I'll be at Offkai. Yeah, I went to Offkai last year, and I'll be going again this year. I'm thinking about going to Onki. I'm not 100% about going to Onki. But yeah, I'm planning on going to Offkai. I haven't really firmed up the actual plans I'm doing. My panel got denied, so I won't be doing a panel, which is nice to not have that pressure. So it's nice to not have that pressure on me. My panel is going to be something I've done on stream before, which is communicating with artists as a non-artist. It was going to be going over how I made my model and how I talked to Sensational. Just resetting this to refocus it. I would take a keychain. I must warn you that that any merch people give me is going to go into a Ziploc bag with the convention name on it, and that's what I'm going to do with my con merch. My con swag, just kind of I don't know, archive it basically. But yeah, I was going to talk. It was going to be a pretty like instructional, educational panel. I got waitlisted for it and then eventually denied. So it goes. Yeah, honestly, the plane tickets are the majority of the... No, the hotel is the majority of the price. The hotel is like almost 50% of the cost. And then the air tickets are like another 30%, and then like 20% is like everything else combined. I like purple. My favorite color is purple. But if it's from me as a VTuber, I recommend white, brown, or orange. Since you're on an island, probably, yeah. Yeah, I do kind of recommend not being... I like turquoise a lot. I like turquoise a lot. Yeah, purple's nice. Where are we on time? Okay. Oh, mint is like my favorite flavor. But like most men, I like the phthalo blue. I have gone insane because there was a company that, like, in 2018, they made a mint chocolate chip. Like, they called it Dirty Mint Chip. It was the best mint chip I've ever had in my life. It had, like, a whole mint leaves in it. It was amazing. And then they didn't, and I was never able to find it by like 2019. I never found it again. So cranky about that. But yeah, yeah. Very crazy making to me. Very crazy making to me. Very crazy making to me. Well, it's like I'm just... Why... I'm looking for my YouTube mix, and for some reason I'm not seeing it. Really wants me to watch shorts, which I don't care about. Hello, Minabun! Hello, Minabun. Hello, Minabun. How are you doing, dear? How is the Silent Hill treating you? How was your time with James? With husband James? How was your time with the husband James? Definitely a little scarier than the remake. Yeah, I played the original and didn't play the remake, and I think I got the better experience. The remake, from what I could tell and from talking to people who played both, was the remake is much more of an action game and much less of like a horror game. That was kind of my feeling about it. I like Silent Hill as a person who didn't play it until like 2024, or 2025, 2024 probably. I think the fall of horror was 2024. I think doesn't sound right, but. You'd always cover your eyes. That's very funny. That's very funny. I am not generally a horror person, and the real trouble with me playing survival horror type games is that I am so antsy about using resources that if I play them on my own, I will like load anytime I use anything. As opposed to like just like continuing to play. Yeah. So it was particularly striking to me when I played what's it called? Signalis. It was really striking when I played Signalis that I was like, if I played this on my own, I would never, ever actually finish the game. Like, this would have taken me like 5,000 hours to play solo, because like anytime I miss a shot, I would be like, okay, time to load. But because I was doing it on stream, I felt like a pressure. I would feel like a pressure to, like, keep the progress going. And that, like, made me actually beat the game in a reasonably timely manner. Even though there's, like, the streamer debuff. And yeah, no, I'm very, very much, I mean, I'm extremely prone to, like, oh yeah, I don't... I just won't spend any of these resources. And what's funny is, like, the main reason for that is, like, I don't know when they'll actually be useful and, like, how much of them I'll need. So I always feel like until I know that, which I'm never going to know on the first playthrough, I never feel comfortable spending anything. Unless I know, like, how I'm going to get it back. Until I understand, like, the shape of the game. And so, I got really into Prey. Like years after it came out, but still like before I was a streamer. So I beat Prey 2017. I beat it 3 times in a row. Once using only human skills, once using only alien skills, and once using no skills. And the it wasn't until the no skill run that I like ever used grenades. I only really used grenades in the when I did like my final like no skill run, because then like I knew when they were useful, right? Then like I actually had an understanding of like when they would be useful, which was something I didn't feel comfortable with the first 2 times I played through the game. I will say Theo, I mean, so I only beat BioShock through the once. I only beat BioShock through the 1 time. And my experience with BioShock and like the other people who I played, who are like playing BioShock at the same time as me, because we all played it on PC. We were all playing it on PC, and the part that made it deeply, deeply funny to us, like, we did talk to a couple of people who played it on Xbox. All of us thought the guns were useless. Like, I almost never used guns in BioShock. The weapon that we all agreed was, like, the only weapon you actually needed in BioShock was, telekinesis. Like, we just solved everybody I talked to was just like, yeah, we just use telekinesis for everything. And, like, the Xbox players did not agree. The Xbox players, like, preferred to use, like, other strategies, but for the PC players, we were like, I can headshot every enemy in the game for free constantly at, like, 1,000,000 miles per hour. We didn't even bother with B-Hand. Hello, Gorath. I almost never bother with B-Hand. I use the electricity with some frequency, because the electricity had some unique utility. But yeah, lightning. I use like lightning with some frequency, and other than that, it was basically just like I cast chair into face. It was like it was professional wrestler style. Which I am going to note, that that was actually pretty close to what I consider to be the strongest strategy in Prey, if you ever play Prey, the skill that lets you lift up heavy objects is either the most powerful or second most powerful skill in the game, followed by the skill that lets you run fast. Those two skills are way better. Having beaten a lot of Prey and having beaten Moon Crash and done it all on high difficulty, those are the two skills. Those are the two skills. Is lifting and running. Those are the two skills in the game. Turrets, useless. Magic, pointless. Pick up rock and throw it like it's fastball cars at people's heads. That's how you beat Prey. I did not. Yeah, human railgun, Blue. That's correct. That is correct. The most powerful weapon in the game was definitely picking up shipping crates and just hucking them at like 150 miles an hour. That was way stronger than any of the guns in the game. And it was really funny because those two skills, run fast and pick up heavy object, are also really good utility skills. Like, they were both fantastic combat skills and fantastic out-of-combat skills, which is pretty goofy. Yeah, Hulk build. Yep, Hulk build. Legitimately very good stealth skills. That's like one of the real comedies about that. Running fast, the reason for them being very good stealth skills was that the pick up heavy objects lets you move around the terrain so that you can access areas of the level you can't normally access. And so that's a good stealth skill, right? Like intrinsically, that's going to be a very good stealth skill. And running faster is incredibly good stealth skill in that game because running faster both causes you to jump higher, which means you can access areas of the level that are outside of normal enemy line of sight. And it also means that you are spending less time in exposed areas where you can get spotted. So in addition to being the best combat skills in the game, they were phenomenal stealth and navigation skills. That's really funny, Gorath. I like that. I like that. That's good. That's good. That's a good build. That's good theory crafting right there. So not anywhere near the dumbest, but one of the funniest builds that I really liked from Path of Exile. A game that I talk about way more than I play. There's a skill in that game that causes you to that turns a weapon on the ground into a summon. Animate weapon, I believe it's called. And it turns like a sword or a spear will just start flying around, stabbing and swinging at people, chopping up people, and it destroys the item in the process. Right? It's like Iron Golem from Diablo 2. And late game, enemies just drop like unconscionable, unimaginable quantities of crap on the ground. And so somebody took that skill and they linked it to a totem. They linked it to spell totem. Which means that they would summon a totem to the ground, and the totem would just cast the spell as fast as possible. So this person would they would have to figure out some way to kill the first enemy on the map, but then they would just drop the totem, and then they would just have hundreds and hundreds of flying swords just going around, just going crazy, killing everything. It was really goofy. It was a very, very goofy build, and I appreciated it quite a bit, even though it's one that I never ran. My signature build was reverse shockwave totems. Hands. True. They're dirty right now because I've gotten some ink on them. But we have a workout time. I am going to... Oh. Did I miss ads? Ads are starting now. I'll have to do it after ads. Blue. But ads time. Oh, right. We're back. And I suppose that means it's time for me to do some push-ups. All right. It's been a moment. It's been a couple days. Oh, okay. Hands on ground. Feet on chair. Pike it. Well, that's a little bit too extreme on a pike. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh. Oh. Oh. I almost fell really bad. Almost fell really bad there. Oh. 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 Hmm. Oh. Ah. Yeah. I mean, if I fall, it's not that big of a deal. I know how to fall without causing too many troubles. At least not for myself, right? All right. Whew. All right. Oh. Hello, Soft Cosmos. Hello, Soft Cosmos. Okay, I've got a lot of happy birthdays. Apparently, there's a lot of July birthdays. Does anybody know Cleo's favorite color? Cleo IT, that is. I want to say green. I know her brown color's like brown and cream. Yeah. Good for you, Wea Biscuits. I'm not sure. He's around. He's around. He was posting on Friday, right? Like, he's around. Take a look here. What's it look like? Way off the mark. Yeah, the actual problem is that I haven't been online. Hold on a second here. Need some water for the watering can? Man, it's crazy. Putting so much less time into Betard. It looks so nice. Sorry, I just am like kind of amazed about this right now. I don't know what Technoblade means. What is Technoblade? Why would it make you sad? What is Technoblade? Ah, I see, I see. Yes. Condolences to his friends and family. You know, that is something I have been thinking about recently. I know it's kind of a morbid topic, right? But like, I don't currently have anything set up for if I were to pass away, right? From a streamer perspective. Like there's no special reason why I would pass away anytime soon, but you know, I could get hit by a car, right? And most of the people in most of my friends and family don't know I stream at all. And very few people in streaming know my real name or would be informed. And obviously none of them have access to my accounts, right? So, you know, I would just stop, right? Right, you would just be like, you would just stop hearing from me suddenly, right? That's what would happen. Like, I would just like, it would just end, right? Like, there would just be nothing. I would just be like, all right, see you guys on Monday, and then just nothing, like, ever. That feels a little bit irresponsible of me. Like, I should probably set up something so that when the inevitable happens, right? Like anybody who isn't literally a blood relative would ever find out. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I just need to, like, write it down somewhere where, like, they can find it. And, like... Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking about this from the perspective that, like... My brother knows that I stream. Like, he's been on stream. And there's just, like there's no way. Like, there's no way. Like, he just, like, would never tell anybody. It would just, like, not occur to him. Yeah, he has. Yes. One of my brothers has been on stream. Yep. In February. In February, I had my brother on stream to play Helldivers with me. I feel like I don't have only child vibes. I am not an only child. I have several siblings. There's a VOD. There's a VOD of it. There's a VOD of it. Yeah, Blue, there's definitely some things I don't need my family or even, like, close associates knowing about me. There's some things that there's some accounts that I am happy to see just disappear into the ether. Yeah, Grizzly is my brother. He's been on stream. He's been on a couple of community nights as well. Like, it's not gonna occur to him. Like, he's not gonna think about, like, oh yeah, maybe his, like, streamer friends need to know. And if he does, like, it won't, like, he'll be like, how does he even talk to these people? You should be able to change that Galaxy Wolf Star. That's usually something you can change. The capitalization rules. I didn't think they asked for confirmation for changing the capitalization. I'm unhappy with this. I'm unhappy with this. I'm gonna do it again. Should be able to make a new account. Because I've made like 5 accounts. I mean, to some extent, Sharkray, this is a little bit resolvable through, to some extent, this is something that's, like, resolvable through, like, just the way that having a will works, right? Is that, like, this is something that your executor, at an absolute minimum, your executor should have to, is going to end up being responsible for this. Oh, I mean, it's worth saying that I don't actually use all those Twitter accounts. I really just use 2. I use this one and Almantas. Those are kind of the 2 that I actually use. And Almantas, I don't like actually log in. I just use it for, because there's sometimes when you want to use the bot for things, right? Like, it's Oh. I don't think I would want to actually be erased. Not so much for that purpose, but because then people can use the account name, like, right? Like, if you erase your account, then, like, people can, like, use it again. I will say, Wee Biscuit, when I think about how I want to go down, that's usually kind of how I've wanted. That's usually been kind of like my preference for how I want my digital footprint and legacy to be handled. Which I'm sure there is at least one person out there that would be really upset. Son of a... Well, Sharkray, yeah, this is... I wonder if this is something like lawyers think about commonly these days. Yeah, I'm thinking about this partially because, like, Something Awful is an old enough website that quite a few longtime users have died, including famously the site's original founder. And so they've got like a whole process for it, and they've even got like an obituaries page. There's one who went on to become like Twitter famous who passed away pretty recently. That's pretty understandable, Bones. I'm not happy with how I'm doing this. I am not happy with how I'm doing this right now. I'm feeling like I'm being lazy. No, it's not the appearance. It's not just the appearance. There was a straight up mistake in that last one, but I also feel like I'm being lazy. I feel like I've been being lazy with my happy birthday messages for a while, and I am unhappy with myself for that. This is a matter of artistic satisfaction, right? I feel like I'm not being sincere enough. Well, I mean, your online presence is part of your legacy, and depending on who you are, your estate, right? Like, so that's going to matter. Unsurprisingly, people tend to actually care more about their legacy than they do about the actual materials in their will. And often the materials are being used for that. Oh. Just need someone to feed your Neopets. Neopets can transfer ownership, right? Hello, Sultan Sadia. I recommend doing teleporting at least some, like, salad, right? Like, get some spinach. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Sharkray. Yeah, I don't know. If you want to have more of a legacy, you can always get started on posting mean tweets at Elon Musk, I guess. Dr. Pepper memorabilia. Oof. Is that... Man, I feel like that's like the worst. Soda. I don't like Dr. Pepper at all. Oh. Are you Hecho in Tejas? We a biscuit? You, we a biscuit. Are you Hecho in Tejas? Who's Spanish? Are you from Texas? I feel like Dr. Pepper, love of Dr. Pepper is like really overrepresented among Texans. From Connecticut. Like George W. Bush. There's a Dr. Pepper museum in Waco. Makes sense. Makes sense. I am pretty confident I know what I want done with my remains, which is I am pretty sure I am going to have them... I'm going to go for cremation, and there's a specific spot for them to be scattered. Okay. I have to think here for a moment. So, Cleo is the single streamer most responsible for me becoming a streamer. Yeah, like she is more responsible for than anybody else. But she doesn't really know me. Like we're not like we don't we don't really know each other at a personal level. It's a very like distant bond. So she's affected me a lot more than I've affected her, and so I'm just wondering if it's like awkward to put that to like write that down. That's where I'm at right now. that's where my mind is at right now. I was like, is that like weird? I'm trying to figure out how to phrase that, right? Yeah. Some people find that kind of stuff weird. Some people... well, then I'm already crossing the Rubicon on that one, so I may as well just write it down. Okay. I hate this. I hate this. Sorry. I hate this. This sucks. This sucks. I don't like what I'm writing here at all. It's an English language composition problem. English language composition problem. Okay. That is also my last sheet of paper that I had ready. I don't know how close we are to ads, but probably less than 10 minutes. I am going to run the commercials early so I can go acquire some more paper. I mean, I have hundreds of sheets of paper. They're just not within arm's reach. So I will do that, and I'm going to think about what I want to write. So give me a few moments, and I'll be back. Hello, 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 hello. I am thinking I will change my approach a little bit. I am thinking I will change my approach a little bit. All right. Down 30 pounds since New Year. That's very impressive. That's very impressive. That's excellent work, Wee Biscuit. I am not down that far, and I'm in fact actually up on the month, and I'm pretty cranky about this. I'm still 15 up from my goal weight, and I was hoping to hit goal weight by June. So very much congratulations to you, Wee Biscuit. We can say still June for 2 more months. No, I'm failing to hit my goals, objectively speaking. Hello, Onirin. Hello, Onirin. Hold on, let me give you a quick shout out, my dear. I'll give you a quick shout out. How are you doing, Onirin? Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. Yes, I am going to Offkai. I am going to be at Ufkai. Thank you, Mia _ I only follow bottoms. And hello, Akshi. And hello, Dernunu. And hello, Sparkly Anarchy. Hello, hello, hello to all of you. It's a goofy name. It's a goofy name. Might need to work on its detector capability. Cat is on your lap. I see, I see, I see, I see. Yes, power got back on a couple of hours ago. Well, a couple hours before stream, so several hours ago by now. We did lose almost all of our groceries. I fortunately, personally speaking, did not have that much that was in the fridge. Or the freezer. My footprint on that was relatively low, but my roommates have lost a lot. Yeah. Yeah, personally speaking, I didn't lose a ton. I did lose some, but, like... Amusingly, when I vacated to stay with a friend, I did grab my zucchini. 4 days, I think, music drummer. 96 hours was the count that one of my roommates did. One of my roommates did, in fact, keep count on it. It was 96 hours without power. I am not entirely sure, Blue. I am not an electrician, and it's not like the power company is going to tell me anything in particular. But it was our building, right? It was our building. Something got damaged in our building. So... I mean, why would they tell us, right? Like, what am I going to do with that knowledge, right? Like, what am I going to do with that knowledge? Yeah, and I mean, like, but like, what would I even, like, how would I even evaluate that? Yeah, I don't have that advantage, in my favor. Good lord. Oh. All right. Acquired a beer. Excellent. Excellent. A 90 stream watch streak. Congratulations, Akshi. That's so many. My record, I think, is still 13 at Akos. Ah, yeah, because Blue, you're one of the longest term viewers here. You and Emperor's Armpits are probably the people who have the most total watch time. Unless I mean, there's obviously the possibility of some lurkers, but I don't know who has the most total messages sent. It's probably you, Blue. I don't know if there's a stat I can get access on, but I think you probably have the most total messages sent long term. I'm not saying too much at all. I did not say too much. That is your words, not mine at all. And I am not in a position to criticize anybody for yapping too much. Okay, I was like, what do you mean by 2 more? What does that mean? 2 more what? Hello, Kayukuma. Yes, yes, it is back. Hold on a second, Kuma. Well, it's more that the keyboard has to be on my lap. Have you found your Oshi yet, Kayukuma? Never-ending journey, I see. Sisyphean, even. Oh, yeah, yeah. You were doing the IRL streaming recently, right? Ooh! Ooh! Beautiful. 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 Oh yeah, no, I love making peanut noodles. I love making peanut noodles. I need to get more lime juice for peanut noodles. Yeah, I've never done proper snorkeling. I've done quite a lot of swimming. I'm an okay swimmer. I don't think I'm a great swimmer. I'm an okay swimmer. But I have a recipe that I like. I use it all the time. Hold on, I'm gonna grab it. I just don't use the fish sauce or any substitute for the fish sauce because I prefer it to be a little bit less a little bit brighter as a flavor profile. I've tried it with like a vegan fish sauce before, which is like a mushroom sauce, but I prefer like the brighter, sharper flavor profile of just dropping it. Yeah, but you can get a similar flavor profile from like other things, and people do make like vegan oyster sauce is pretty credible. It's like almost the same thing, but like usually it's like made with like mushrooms and stuff like that, and I kind of just don't want it to be smooth as umami. I don't want to add the extra umami, so I just don't even bother substituting. Alright. Just straight up cream cheese. Just like fried cream cheese. Yeah, the issue I'm having is that I felt like I was just... I've been doing this for a while. I've just been saying, like, happy birthday, and, like, that's fine, but I can do better. I can do better. I feel like I've been kind of heartless. Now, yeah. I appreciate the sentiment. I appreciate the gassing up, but still, it's... Well, what I am is a perfectionist. And I am a person who gets very easily frustrated with himself. Alright, hold on. Yeah, I definitely have an issue in life in general of feeling like I am a lazy person. Epoch Smog. hello, 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 Raiders. How are you doing? How are you doing? Let me... Epoch Smog, what were you up to? What were you up to? How was Claire Obscure treating you? How was Claire Obscure treating you? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do mostly calligraphy, which is what I'm working on today. And I also paint miniatures, and I talk a lot about history. I have a particular interest of the last couple of years in Roman history, But how was the Claire Obscure? And hello to Epoch Smog, hello to Whitewood, hello to Electric Knights. White Hood, I'm sorry, not Whitewood, White Hood. I think I might have too many things on my plate right now. I am still working on learning Japanese. I am still quite far from having completed Japanese. My Japanese is extremely mediocre at this point, and I still need to learn how to draw I still need to draw little medieval guys. I've still got my little guy learning program to do. But yes, how was Claire Obscure? And obviously, Raiders, if you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. You do not need to stay here on my account. I, in fact, appreciate that people do not feel obligated to. I am doing birthday wishes for a bunch of different people because it turns out that a ton of people have early July birthdays. Galaxy Wolfstar, what do you mean by bad?
Well, what sort of bad thing were you worried about happening? There's something you were particularly worried about?
Oh, no worries, Epoch Smog. No worries. I wouldn't say you jinxed yourself, I would say you invited me. You dared me to do a little bit, just a little teeny bit of ASMR voice. I'd practically treat that as a request. Thank you, Blue. Sorry, for the Raiders, I find that fun to do. It was a great idea, Galaxy Wolfstar. It was a great idea. You made a fantastic contribution to the arts. You should be proud of being the ideas guy here. This is what it is to be the ideas guy. The ink goes on my clothes. So far, it's been good. So far, I've not gotten any ink on my clothes. Just my hands. Just my hands. Well, I thought you really liked it when I rolled my R's. I thought you really liked it. F. Oh. Well, I made a spelling mistake, so you got your wish, Galaxy Wolfstar. I have been waylaid. You want to drink the ink? Why do you want to drink the ink? Well, this ink is currently purple. No, I'm running low. Alright, scrapping this one. Actually, you know what? You know what? I forgot about something important here. There we go. There we go. Huh? Of all things, maps. That's pretty funny. All right. There we go. There we go. Epoch, if you are still here. If you are still here. Which beer is it? Nope. Smog. A little bit of a messy M, you're right. The only beer I've got on hand right now is some Founders All Day, which, you know, it's cool now, but it did warm up for a while there. It's an IPA. It's an IPA. I'm not a lager guy. I don't like lagers. Oh, thank you, White Hood. Thank you, White Hood, for relaying that. It'll appear on Twitter, hopefully not long after stream. Probably tomorrow. Well, later in the day today. I think that people tend to fall into a couple of genres of types of beers that they like. I am not a mid-range enjoyer. I am very much an extremes enjoyer. I like IPAs, I like stouts, I like saisons, I like pepper beers, I like porters, I like experimental porters. I don't actually particularly like sours. I like rock beers. I haven't had a rock beer in like a decade. But yeah, I tend to like the extremes. That means I mostly wind up drinking IPAs just because they're the ones that are the most readily available. Son of a bitch. Sorry. You are now scrap paper. Scholar dwarf, I see. Yeah, I think I'm very dwarf coded. It's true. It is very true. I am very, very dwarf coded. I am very, very dwarf coded. That is just accurate. Which is somewhat amusing because in tabletop wargaming, I really gravitate towards the elves. I very gravitate towards the elves and elf style gameplay. I like fast and hit and run and objective play and glass cannons. I enjoy fruit lambics. Lambics I'm okay on. I will enjoy a fruit lambic if it's in front of me, but I don't actively seek them out. But yeah, it's like Oktoberfests and lagers and brown ales are the kinds I dislike. And who says a dwarf can't be agile? They're not agile in most games that I play. They are not agile. I do actually like the way that dwarfs are implemented in Battle for Westnoth. But like the way that they're done in like the dwarfy gameplay styles work in like Age of Sigmar or I should check out how they work in Warcrow, because in Warcrow I know that they're super weird. Oh, we got a follow. Thank you for the follow, Rorston VT. Thank you for the follow, Rorston VT. I thought in Warcrow they had something very strange where they could fuck with turn order. I thought they had something weird about manipulating turn order directly, which is an interesting set of abilities to have in Warcrow. Consider Dragon Age. I bounced off of Dragon Age really fast. I did not get far in Dragon Age. I think I got slightly past the tutorial. Yeah, I kind of want to look more into the rules. I'm kind of torn because, like, again, I'm still trying to force Infinity down everybody's throat. And the classic game to pair with Infinity is not Warcrow, even though it's by the same studio. It's Conquest. I think Mix in particular would actually like Conquest more than Infinity. Well, in White Hood, this is kind of like talking about my own personal game taste, so apologies to people who've been here for a while and have heard me say this a whole bunch of times. My taste in gaming over my lifespan has mostly been a turn away from RPGs. And that's accelerated pretty... Not TTRPGs. Like, TTRPGs are fun. But, like, CRPGs and JRPGs, I have pretty much been consistently less interested in the older I've gotten. Oh, we're in ads. We're in ads. I'm going to take the ad break. I am going to take the ad break. I need to use the bathroom. So we'll be back. Oh, right. That time I actually took a quick ad break. All right, actually, have a good night. Have a good night. Enjoy your lurk. So many damn oh, yeah, I'm nowhere near my models actually taking up a meaningful amount of, like, floor space or volume or anything like that. I am pretty far from any of that. I'm just clearing out a couple of YouTube tabs here. Oh, that last part is brutal. That last part is very brutal. That is very, very rough. Okay, there we go. Oh, bought in fully. Oh. And those are gonna be hard to move. All right, Wee Biscuit. Have a good night. Have a good night. Yeah, I have been pretty judicious about only acquiring stuff that I plan on painting and about keeping my painting going, but I am also acquiring things as I want to for the purposes of just painting. I'm not really acquiring any armies to play games, which makes me a bit of a sicko. Which makes me a little bit of a sicko. But yeah, what I was saying to White Hood, they're completely focused on Steam. I see. I see. A second here. I'm gonna try to add a little bit more water to this. But yeah, what I was saying to White Hood is I kind of don't enjoy video game RPGs anymore. And it's like, it's not that I don't enjoy playing a character or playing a role, it's I don't like leveling up. It's been interesting to watch this change in me because there's a lot of games that are pretty traditional RPGs are some of my favorite games. And then there's some games I've played that like people think of as being very much about leveling up, and I just like don't think that that's what they're about. And of course, there's some games that like I don't think I would enjoy if I like started over. Notably Warframe. You're in the past, you don't need to sleep. Well, one day you'll be in the future, and then you'll need to sleep. Well, thank you for the follow, V-Dogs. Thank you very much for the follow, V-Dogs. It's a pretty good purple, yeah. It's a pretty good purple, Bones. I like it. Galaxy Wolfstar. I don't think you should drink the ink. Did that work? Is that how we gotta do things now? Hello, Rexy Raibu, and hello, Furosindras. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. My name is Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy. That is my main streaming content. I also paint a lot of miniatures, and I like to play a lot of city builders. I like to play city builders, among other games, but city builders have probably been my favorite ones to stream. Today, I am catching up on a bunch of birthday messages because my power was out for 5 days, and unsurprisingly, it caused me to miss a couple of streams. How are you doing, Furo? How are you doing? Let me give you the shout out and ask you what your stream was about. Oh, ho, ho! How was Sea Power? Ooh, hoo, hoo! That's fun. That's fun. That is fun. That is fun. What do you think I failed at, Galaxy Wolfstar? I don't feel like I failed at anything. I don't think I failed at anything. But yes. Oh, how was that? How was that? How was that, Furo? How was that? Oh my god. It's not a commission. It's not a commission. Rexy Raibu, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that point out. Hold on a second. Theo has a redeem in here. How was that? How was that? I'm still experimenting. I'm trying out a couple of things. Here. Galaxy Wolfstar gave me the idea of rolling my R's in ASMR voice. And it's a bit of a challenge. It's a bit of a challenge to do so because it involves using a lot more airflow than I would normally use for a ASMR voice, right? Several months that felt straight at XCOM. Hey, let's just throw an arbitrary miss in because it would be funny. Oh. That does sound pretty frustrating. That does sound pretty frustrating. That does sound pretty frustrating. I can tell you that I am currently frustrated by the fact that I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 8 things to get through tonight, and I've gotten through 1. I am 1/8 of the way through my queue for tonight before I can even start on comms. So I am, in fact, I'm gonna start getting tilted. Fuck. Ugh. Oh. It was not Itsy Bitsy Bones. It was a mistake. There. See, that's better. I'm actually pretty annoyed at this one already, but I'm going to try to persist. Okay. Okay. Oh. Yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit tilted out right now, chat. Calm stream is no longer calm. It is angy. When was it calm? I think most people describe this as a calm stream. I do need to add Purosindras to the thank you for rating sheet, but that will wait a minute. I'm going to do the purple layer of this first. Levon Campbell. I am utterly unfamiliar with this person. I have no idea who this person is. There we go. Hello, gay little bee. Hello, gay little bee. How are you doing? How are you doing? Also, I have to thank thank Rexy Vryboot for the spelling correction. That would have been deeply, deeply embarrassing if I got into publication with a spelling mistake in a person's name. Done a small animation? Excellent. I have not done any animation, I think, ever. I'm not even sure I did one of those flipbook animations. Like, I had friends who did them, but I'm not sure I ever did one. Hello, Anna Riley. How are you doing, Anna Riley? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Late 40s. Spanish conversion. Late 40s lap steel guitars to playing a bass. That sounds really cool. That sounds really, really cool. I think Theo's being very honest. Sorry, I think Galaxy Wolfstar is being very honest. And let's go in here. Oh, yeah. Fair enough, Theo. Fair enough, Theo. Okay, we're a ways up from the next ad break. That's good. Okay. Oh. Nope. I mean, you said they're cheese ravioli, right? So they're gonna go bad at some point. Hmm. Well, the pointlessly risky maneuver that I just performed there. Okay. Okay, let's get this out of the way before I do something stupid. That puts us at the 25% mark for today's stream. I feel like the only thing I really go through fast is like bok choy. Epoch Smog and what's Furo Sindras. I make sure I get the spelling completely correct. Okay. Ooh, that's a rough sensation to have. Ah, crap, I hate when this happens. Okay. Alright. Okay. Whoop, sorry. Hello, Mimi. Hello, Miss Mimi. Hello, Miss Mimi. Give me a moment, Mimi. To give the shout out to the Madra that Mimi's. How are you doing, Madra Mimi? How was Cyberpunk? How was Cyberpunk? There we go. How was the Cybern and the Pumpkin? You enjoyed your drunk driving a 40,000-pound brick simulator? Nice. Nice. I still think that's the cleverest thing that I have seen somebody do with streaming was the drunk driving in VR chat. Not in VR chat, like but VR drunk driving, like American Truck Simulator VR. Like, I thought it was like the coolest thing I've ever seen. That's such a... That's so funny. Like, it's just... I mean, it's not like legitimately the cleverest thing I've ever seen, but it's so funny. Like, it's super funny. Okay. Okay. Let's get the most important one out of the way. There aren't a lot of great uses for headsets, if I'm honest. I've never, like, done a VR headset thing that I thought was, like, particularly impressive. I think that's pretty impressive. It's not practice. I'm doing birthday messages and it's going... I'm gonna be honest, it's not going well, Mimi. This is a very frustrating day so far. We have done 2 out of 8. And it's been a skill issue on my part. I've been skill issuing. Arigato, Mimi-san. ミミさんの日本語の勉強することはどうやしてですか? Yeah, I know, obviously, yeah, it's obviously not Italian, yeah. I asked Mimi how her Japanese studying has been going. I am currently debating whether I should sign up for the N3 or the N2 this year. That's where I'm at right now. Based on a quick skill inventory, it would take me very little effort to get to pass N3. But I might not be able to, I might not be able to get up to N2 in a timely fashion. I think if I like really pushed myself, I could probably do N2 this year. I have more than enough kanji for N2. I am close to N1 levels on kanji, but my listening is way worse. I would almost certainly fail the listening portion. Frankly, probably I'd fail the listening portion of N3. Well, Give me a second, Mimi. I don't want to waste too much ink. That's why okay. Hello, Blue Rose. Hello, Blue Rose. How are you doing tonight, Blue Rose? Alright. Push-ups. Alright, Itsy Bitsy Bones, have a good night. Have a good night. I'll be honest, I do not feel like I was a comfy streamer tonight. I feel like I was an angry streamer tonight. Right. Okay. Hands on ground. Feet on chair. Hiking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh. Deficit balance pike push-ups is a quite a few things going on at the same time. There's quite a few things going on simultaneously. Whew. Oh, my back isn't too bad. My back's fine. My back is actually fine. So for me, that exercise in particular is actually really engaging on my core. It's my shoulders and core that one murders. I think I've literally never been to a masseuse in my life. Princess Carrie chat, Joe Chicken Dinner. I do get back pain periodically. That is like an endemic feature of my clan. And I am not fully immune, but I do take pretty good care of my body. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello, Miku Raiza. How are you doing tonight, Miku Raiza? Emperor's Armpits, important question. What is Cleo's favorite color? I'm pretty sure it's green too. Her sweater's green, so I'm inclined to go with that. But... I think you know her better than I do. This is not Cleo, by the way. Oh, I'm making so many. Mimi, I actually started with, Japanese. I learned Japanese before I learned, English calligraphy. I learned Shoto when, I started learning Shoto when I was very young. Yeah, and yeah, there's a lot of early July birthdays. What the heck is happening here? I am grateful that I already did Mabel's, because good gravy, I am behind. There we go. This is Sparkly Anarchy, by the way. But yeah, I have 8. If we include Professor Bloom, who's not a birthday, who's an anniversary. Shia! Hello, Shia. Hello, Shia. Gotta give a shout out to my favorite karaoke streamer. You were IRL streaming? What the heck? That's not normal. Okay. Oh! How was that? How was that? Mokaba! Mokaba! Welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. Congrats on the 5 stream watch streak. It was good. I am glad to hear that. I've never done any of that stuff. I don't know. I always worry that, like, if I do like a meet and greet or something like that, like a digital meet and greet as opposed to like an in-person meet and greet, I always worry that, like, I never do formal ones either. I always worry that, like, I will, like, be too obviously distracted. Like, I don't know. I don't know if that's... that is insane of me. That is insane of me. It's like, you could just be a professional and not, like, read a book during your own meet and greet, but it'd be really hard not to. I also worry with, like, the robot ones and, like, particularly being carried on somebody's chest, that I would get, like, motion sick. Maybe I'm being paranoid. I mean, I'm almost certainly being paranoid. That happens all the time. Common flaw. Common flaw of me. Oh, okay, and you're pretty sensitive? Okay, okay. I'm fairly sensitive. Like, I hate being a passenger in a car. I really prefer to drive. Even, like, I recently drove, like, 11 hours straight just so that I wouldn't have to be a passenger. Thank you for the 10 stream watch streak, Rexy Raibu. Oh, we're in ads. We're in ads. F. I'm just gonna do this and then use the bathroom and then be back. Okay, good thing I'm checking this. There we go. Oh, you can't even do hammocks. Interesting. Okay, you're much worse than me. You're much worse than me. I sometimes sleep in hammocks. Like, I've used a hammock instead of a bed for, like, years at a stretch. Honestly tempting to try to do that tonight, but it's not set up. I'm actually not surprised that you have that issue, Shia. Actually, it makes a lot of sense, thinking about it. Use the entire ad break on something I thought would take 5 seconds. That's actually kind of useful. I've never really timed myself while I'm doing this. I've never really timed myself while I've been doing this. But yeah. Oh. Oh. Wait, get some water. Okay. 3 down. 3 down, and that one only took me 1 take. So that's a good sign. That's a good sign. I'm very annoyed that the ad manager has crashed on my end. Well, it does all the time. Okay, this first I know what I'm saying for. Gonna do it Batard into Gothic. Okay. And locking in a little bit here. The fact they don't really do a TH ligature in Batard, but I do in Gothic is like the primary reason to do this in the other order. Hello, 123 Arrow 25. Hello, hello, hello. Is anybody willing to do a little of spycraft for me right now? Or I should say scouting. A little bit of scouting for me. So I'm obviously not watching his stream because I am live, and I'm here, and he started at the same time as me. But I want to know how Niano's doing. I may as well give him a shout out to make this easier on folks. Oh, I know what he's doing. He's doing a subathon now, or donathon, really. Yeah, I figured I would. Well, don't tell him. Don't tell him, because it's funnier. Hello, Anonymous. Hello, Anonymous. Alright, excellent. Excellent. Thank you for the gift sub to It's Late. And thank you for the gift sub to It's Sorry. Don't be sorry. I will try to get even with the alerts. But thank you very, very much. As you all know, this is a viewer-supported stream. It is supported by viewers like you. These donations keep the stream alive. I'm going to need another bottle of this. So, certainly helpful right now. You're probably... Those gifts have pretty much just paid for my next bottle of black ink. Of Speedball black ink, which is, I think, pretty cheap. But thank you so much, Anonymous. Thank you so much. Hello, Minty Bee Prince. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Let's give that a second. Smoldering? Probably because I don't know, is my computer lighting on fire? I don't know, it looks pretty normal to me. Is that what you mean by smoldering? Hello, pizza. That's not bad. That's not bad, Pizza 2020. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, this is a dip pen. Oh, one of the things I didn't do this stream. Hold on, I'm gonna finish up this current word. But I actually got a new fountain pen. I haven't even unboxed it. It's a cheap one. But I like the look of it, and it's an extra fine, which is important to me. But yeah, I'm mostly a fountain pen user. I'm actually pretty frustrated with dip right now. Alright, I'll call that good. There we go. That's 4. Making good progress. No, dips are just kind of inconsistent. I find the dip nibs kind of inconsistent. Like, you can see in, like, an obvious color gradient. This is the same ink, right? This is the same ink with just, like, the loading working differently. It's been very annoying tonight. But yeah. I picked up this Hongdian. I bought this Hongdian the other day. And I haven't even used it at all. I have not used it at all. Yeah. There we go. And... it's got a nice heft to it. A little bit of gold leaf on the nib. Feels a little bit awkward in my hands, I'm not gonna lie. Feels a little awkward in my hands. Doesn't post well, but, you know, whatever. Who cares? And let's see, what's the converter status like on this thing? It does have a good texture. It does have a good texture. Okay, so it's an actual true converter. Which I don't even like using. I'm just not even going to respect the true converter here. Give me just a second. I'm going to reach up and grab an appropriate ink for this one. Not Kujaku. Not you. There we go. So it's like Chikurin. Yeah, it kind of does. I'm getting like a decent grip on it, but it's a little misweighted for me, I think. Yeah, let's do some Chikurin. Hello, Vetalina. Hello, Vetalina. I do not know what you are talking about, Vetalina. Oh, let's open you up. Let's grab one of my scratch papers, because I have made so many mistakes today. Today has been such a frustrating calligraphy day. This is gonna bleed like crazy. This is gonna bleed like crazy. I don't really care. Oh, you... Okay. Alright. Thank you. It was a pleasure to meet you. It was a pleasure to meet you. I hope to see you again, because not everybody has a lot of opinions about fountain pens. And I am not the biggest fountain pen freak that I know, because both Miano and Vex are considerably more so than I am. But I do like fountain pens. I do like fountain pens. What I really wanted from this was I wanted, like, another pen that I wouldn't feel bad about using as a kind of, like, beater writing extra fine pen, other than my Pilot Metropolitan. Like, I wanted another one. Okay, let's just force it up through the capillary. Okay, there we go. There we go. Saw some green in the feed. Okay, it looks like there's something in there already. Hold on a second here. Did that kanji wrong. I was just proud of myself earlier today for getting it right on the first try. There we go. Ah, you didn't have the money to buy the ink you wanted? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. This is not what the color of this ink is supposed to be, so there's clearly something like a little bit in some machine oil mixing in here a little bit. That's alright, that's alright. It'll get out of there soon enough. This is actually writing quite nicely. I'm not gonna lie. This is actually, like, going pretty well. Let's see if I can do something really tiny here. Let's go super small. Okay. This is pretty broad for an extra fine. It's made in 1997. So not exactly a vintage pen here. Doctor's handwriting. Russian cursive is miserable. I don't speak any Russian. I can't read Russian. So, I can't really speak to it, but, like, good gravy is it miserable to look at. Profoundly unpleasant. Yeah, I'm just trying out some kanji I like to write. I'm just doing a couple of kanji I like. Hey, Mimi, are you still there? Paging Madara Mimi? Yeah, there you are. Okay, cool, cool. So, I actually, like I said, I actually started with Japanese calligraphy. Before I learned English language calligraphy. This pen's almost dead, but that's fine. So yeah. I don't do it very often on stream because I'm streaming in English, right? And at this point, my English language calligraphy is like way better. I can only do like block cursive, right? This is not very creative. This is actually some of the best Japanese cursive I've ever done in my life, which is kind of fun. This actually looks fantastic. But like I don't have anywhere near the level of practice with Japanese cursive that I do. What do you mean, Theo? I did that multiple times tonight. I did both of those in multiple pieces tonight already. I was like, yeah, that's something I just do all the time. You're 19. Were you born in 2020? I'm just gonna I'm gonna be insane. It's not annoying, Theo. It's not a big deal at all. I don't know, Theo. I've been reading 19th century writing a lot lately, and it's definitely, like, bleeding into my normal speech patterns, and I like it, if I'm honest. It definitely makes me less clear of a communicator. Can't even write in English cursive. I will be honest, of all of the, like, skills that I learned, all of, like, the skills I learned, not just, like, ideas or education I got, generally speaking, the most useful was cursive, and the second most useful is typing. Like, it's maddening how useful cursive has been in my life. Okay, it's honestly not very hard. It's literally as easy as learning how the English alphabet works. Literally the same thing. It's just muscle memory. So, it's just letter forms. That's all it is, Shia. It's just letter forms. A. It's literally just letter forms, so A, you go down and around, then up, then back down. Okay, that's all that A is. So you start at the top right, pull to the bottom left, go back up to the top right, go to the bottom right. B, start at the bottom left, pull up all the way to the top, curl around, down to the bottom, up to the midline, then loop. Usually under enunciate the loop there. So, there. That's a more normal looking B. Honestly, it's just principles. It's principles and practice. I don't actually like have these strokes memorized, right? I just do them. So see, come up like that. And I should say with A, that's actually kind of what you do. You go like that. You know, you actually really kind of, if it's not the first letter in the word, this is how you do it, right? And so the big part is, you know, learning to link letters. So let's do cab, right? I mean, they want you to learn. It's not very specific, right? They want you to match the worksheet. That's really not about whether or not it's a specific form of cursive or not. That's just about them structuring homework. Minimum? Yeah. There, being very sloppy with it. Brush makes it considerably harder. Minimum's much harder to read in Gothic than in cursive. Minimum. With Gothic, this is a nightmare word. Yeah. M. Right, just... It's all about never lifting your pen. That's really all that... This is the reason why cursive is useful. Is that it tires you out a lot less. It's a lot less exhausting. You can write it much, much faster than you can print. This is a variation of business hand that I'm doing. I'm doing like lazy man's business hand. Yeah, that's all it is, Galaxy Wolfstar, right? There's G. Hold on, let's just do the whole thing. A, B, C, D, E. Right, we're just doing curves, right? F is actually a tricky one, right? F is like that. G, H. I, you just go up and down. Up, down. L is just a loop. O, this is the big trick with O. Right, this is the big trick with O. I actually changed my P over my lifespan. I did not learn this form of P at first. I did not learn that when I was younger. R is a tricky one. If you're it was like one you actually have to learn. It's really easy and fast, but it just looks like that. Q, R, S is also very unusual, right? I'm guessing it's a little bit easier to see with the brush. So S, go up in a curve, and then make a second crescent that's sharper. Right, you do a shallow curve, and then a sharp curve. And then go back out. T is just up, down. U. V is tricky. V is tricky. V and W are tricky. T, U, V, W, because you want them to go up to the midline. Oh yeah, I always, yep, it looks like a sailboat, yep. X is stupid. Y is nice. And then Z looks like that. Z is probably one of the more different ones. It's all just cursive. I'm sorry, it's all just curves. That's Z. This is Z, yep. And in cursive, I write Z's like that in some scripts as well. When I'm doing calligraphy, I sometimes do Z's like that. It's all just cursive. It's all just curves. It's all just curves. I feel like the S is the biggest curveball. Oh yeah, you should work on that. I mean, there's more than one cursive. The point of cursive is that you write really fast. Like, that's the actual purpose of cursive. Cursive is so you write really fast with the minimum amount of stress on your wrist. That's it. Like, that's all that it is. Right? I mean, what you do then, Pizza, is you just turn the page. You're not seeing the page straight on. This is the direction my chest is facing. this is the direction my chest is facing. You're seeing me slant the paper really considerably. Yep. If I really screwed up, you can see my pants. There's a couple of different ampersands. I personally like... Wait, hold on. How do I normally write ampersands? Because sometimes I don't like doing that one. This isn't even that bad, Galaxy Wolf Star. I think this is unremarkable. This is unremarkable. That's how I write ampersands. I don't know why that took me so long. I don't write ampersands very often. I mean, here's the thing that I am not really showing off because I'm a little bit out of practice and I don't have a lot of reason to do it. Is I can go up to 230 words per minute like this. I'm literally looking at chat right now and just writing out. I can get up to 200 plus words per minute while in cursive. I'm a little bit out of practice, so I haven't had to use it recently, and I have to think like really hard while I'm doing it. It uses up like 90% of my concentration. Couldn't read his words about him shit-talking me. Yep. This I am able to do full steno. With cursive. Hello Ogre Daddy. Hello Ogre Daddy. Hello Ogre Daddy. Ogre Daddy, when's the next game? But yeah, what's Anonymous, thank you. Thank you for the gifts up to dead_game. It is extremely dead. Alright, please have a good night, pizza. Please have a good night, pizza. Yeah, my Japanese calligraphy is not super good. What's a more fun character? Nah, let's not do that one. Oof, that was bad. 19th. Okay, okay. All right. Good. But okay, this has been a nice diversion, but it is time to get back to the business of the night. Because we have a lot of business left to do tonight. Okay, I've done Tech Priest, Arcane Memory, Sparkly Anarchy, and Project Melody. So I have Clio, Chibidoki, and Versa. Oh! Oh, that's an interesting name, Vedolina. I don't even recognize that first character, and it's not a complicated one. I actually don't know how to read most of this. I don't want to read your last name at all. That's a late hype train. You are correct. You are correct, Amundo. That is a very late hype train. GZ Pete's. What's even in this hype train? Ooh. I should figure out a set of kanji for my name. For Almantas VT. No, I'm not. I'm not. I do like Dogen, but I don't follow him very closely. Oh. Just swear? What do you want me to say? Zounds? By Poseidon's beard? What about Heavens to Betsy? I don't know if there's a relationship between Zoinks and Zounds. Zounds is a shortened form of God's wounds. Hello, Michan. Hello, Michan. How are you doing, Michan? Yeah. Hello, Quincy. Hello, Quincy. Oh, it might be. It might be. I mean, no, it's a minced oath. It's a minced oath for God's wounds, referring to the stigmata. Just woke up. Good for you. Because alerts are broken. Because Twitch hates me these days. In, like, ways that are completely mysterious to me. And sometimes they just fix themselves randomly, so I'm not just going to disable them. It's a browser source, yes. Does it really annoy people that much? This is like 100% something I would never notice as a viewer. It would take... I don't even know what it would have to be in front of for me to notice it. It's probably worth saying, like, I almost always watch streams in, like, 160p. I would watch them in lower resolutions if I could, because my internet's not very good. Yeah, that's what I figured. I was like, there's no way I would notice this. Yeah, I, like, literally can't watch streaming movies. Hello, Romar. This is the Versa. This is the Versa. Dear friend. This is going to be number 6 of the night. Versa is one of Nagi's mods, is how I know him first, but very cool dude. He's active on on my server. I think he might be the most, like, mechanically minded person I know. Well, it's a pretty learnable skill. Yeah, we're coming up fairly close on ad break. I skipped the last ad break, so I need to pee pretty bad. That's pretty much it, right? These are remark. This is like $8 with the nibs. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't. I only know like a little bit about actual proper old Chinese. This is being so inconsistent. I apologize, chat. I feel like I'm doing a very bad stream today. Yeah. I'm determined to get through, but I think I'm being very cranky. All right, adders. Hello, adders. Welcome in, adders. I mean, I don't think it's imposter syndrome. I feel like it's a different question. This is being hyper self-critical, right? This is being hypercritical. It feels slightly different. Am I alone in feeling like that? Right? Those are kind of different questions. Hello, Dork Souls. Hello, Dork Souls. Like, my understanding of imposter syndrome is when you feel like you don't deserve accomplishments that you've achieved. And I feel like it's very difficult to self-evaluate for imposter syndrome. Because it means that you believe at some level that you do deserve what you've gotten. Yeah. Well, and it's... I'm not looking at the result, right? I'm not looking at like the metrics or the external rewards. I'm not looking at my externals right now. I do not feel like my externals are off. Because I don't know what they are, and I'm not thinking about them, right? I feel like my output is not accomplishing what I was hoping. I shouldn't say accomplishing. Is not up to the quality of what I expect from myself. which is kind of a different question, right? And whether or not it's up to my standards versus your standards, that's a question of being hypercritical. I expect myself to be a lot calmer. How difficult is calligraphy to learn? I don't think especially. It does depend a lot on your motor skills. If your fine motor control is pretty strong, not very hard. If you have a lot of fine motor control problems, then it's going to be a question of getting your fine motor control up to task. Right, like, this would be much harder for Mix than it was ever for me. Because Mix has a neuropathological disorder. And I don't. And it depends on how good you want to get at it. I feel like I am still learning after decades, and still improving. I'm improving very slowly and haphazardly, but I am still improving. So in principle, I would have to say, like, you never stop. There's no limit. But if you just want to get good enough to, like, if you want to get to, like, a kind of minimal level, I've seen people get up to a pretty credible basic level in, like, one day. Like, an afternoon. Calligraphy, if you ask me, is much more of a craft or even a physical skill than it is a matter of knowledge. Shaky hands is a bigger deal than dyslexia. I think, at least. Although, admittedly, I don't have dyslexia, and I've never actually, I don't think I've ever actually had any particular challenges with teaching anybody with dyslexia. Like, I'm sure I had students who had dyslexia, but it never really came up. Alright. I am going to run the ads now. We'll be back in a few minutes. I need to use the bathroom super badly. So be right back. I am back. I am back. I am back. Yeah, Rexy Raibu, I have had about the majority of tempa I've had in my life was on was in sandwiches. Birds don't have hands. How you doing, Scaldy? How you doing, Scaldy? Yeah, no, the average, yeah, I've had tempa in sandwiches more often than any other way. I know that's I'm not surprised that's not the typical Indonesian usage of it, but yeah, like I've had that pretty frequently. Often with like barbecue sauce. You know what? Actually, here, I'm gonna look up something. Give myself a little bit of a distraction here. Oh. Oh, I've taught a couple of things. I taught a couple of I taught a couple of things at different points in my life, but the main thing I taught was sociology. That's what I was a professor of. I did teach other things at other points in my life. But yeah, that would be that's kind of the big one. When people are wondering like what I was a teacher of, that's kind of the big one. Oh, interesting. Hold on a second. Terry doesn't have any tempa. Oh. And yeah, Rexy Raibu, tempa in the US is really deracinated from its Indonesian context. Like it is an ingredient that people have just kind of added to American cuisine without it really being contextualized as a like Indonesian cuisine has not really been imported here as its own thing. I've had very little Indonesian like cuisine proper. So I looked this up and here's like a quick recipe that I found. A sandwich that is tempa with Dijon, avocado, mayonnaise, tomatoes, onions, beets. Right? It's not just about it being like bread versus rice centric, because I think there's a lot of people who like sushi, like Japanese dishes are thought of as very much rice dishes. Like when people think about having tofu, they often think about having it with rice. People are used to Chinese food here. Yeah, I've very rarely seen it. Other than Thai. Thai is very prevalent on the west, on the East Coast and Midwest. And I'm with you, Rexy Raibu. Is yellow. Okay, thank you, Emperor's Armpits. Thank you, Emperor's Armpits. I do not know that this will show up properly. If I use gold for her. The goofier one, to me, Rexy Raibu, is that for whatever reason, we in America code avocados as rich people food, which is really weird. Similar transformation to lobster. I mean, the thing is this much cheaper than. Well, for one thing, it's like it's like a Mexican peasant food, which is kind of interesting because like both Mexico and peasantry are down cells. Hold on, Tempeh? Tempeh? Am I saying that more correctly now? Tempeh? That means people saying it Tempa. Vetelina, not only is ube ice cream pretty exotic, as a person who is a pretty adventurous eater who likes Filipino cuisine, I have never had ube at all in my life, and I've never seen it in a store in any context or any way. I have never seen an H Mart. I have never seen an H Mart. Hello, Big Mama Chunk. That's a good call, Rex. Here, I would say it temp E, if there was no H at the end. Yeah, the Filipino food I've had I thought was actually, it tended to rely a lot on lemon and black pepper, which are like pretty non-exotic for me. Right, those are pretty accessible to me. Yep. Vinegar, lemon, black pepper. Yeah, I like it. I like Filipino cuisine. I like Filipino cuisine. I have no challenges with Filipino cuisine. I've had some Indonesian, but not a ton. Mostly because, like, the Asian fusion restaurant near me growing up was clearly Indonesian. So I had some sambal. I like sambal quite a bit. And then I learned that's fish sauce in it, so I never had sambal again. Oh, I like sour. I like sour food. Not as big a fan of sour alcohols, but I like sour. I cook a lot of vinegar and a lot of lime juice and lemon juice. Oh. Jeez, I'm gonna go through like 50 sheets of paper tonight. Looks like I thought that was 2 sheets of paper. But I also have a pretty unusual Anglo palate. Like I use so much cumin. For a gringo, I use so much cumin. I use more cumin than I use black pepper. That's not actually that hard. I use more cumin than I use salt. I love cumin. I am not a big fan of tempeh. I'm not a big fan of tempeh. I find it a bit too intensely like umami for me. I've had some tempeh that I've liked, but most of the time it's a little... The broad notes, the upper broad notes are a little bit... Not the upper broad notes, the lower broad notes are a little bit intense, are a little bit much for... are a little bit outside of my favorite flavors. I should probably just learn how to cook it Indonesian style, because I've had it like pretty like American style, and I think people tend to use it as kind of like a bacon substitute. Which like, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good use of it, or like a good thing to even care about attempting to make use of. Yeah, it's... I've definitely gotten different varieties of texture. The first time I had it, the first several times I had it, whichever producer was local to me, the tempeh was like incredibly hard. Like, it was like... It was like rock hard. It was like a very like... It was like a wet and stale bread texture. Alright, Shark, right? Have a good night. Have a good night. What's up, Galaxy Wolf Star? I was. Specifically, I shouldn't say zoning out so much. I've got my music playlist got weird. I was like, what is happening here? Hello, EV Cakes. Hello, EV Cakes. Yeah, well, I am not resting for another couple hours. Well, maybe in a couple of hours, but I'm definitely not resting until I get a couple more of these banged out. I'm being stubborn now. I've been doing a bad job on finishing projects lately, and I need wins. It's 4:30 a.m. for me, Evie. Well, I start streams at 10 p.m., so this happens. I think I'm mostly just kind of a little bit out of practice on streaming. Good morning, Tayamichi. Good morning. What do I say? This is, this is fine. This is fine. This is not a big deal. The work I have to do tomorrow is going to be more intellectually demanding. This is fine. This is fine. I'm just trying to figure out what I say to Professor Bloom right now. This is, in terms of being tired, this is nothing for me. I'm not operating on particularly high levels of exhaustion. Just my level of kind of frustration is fairly high, but my level of exhaustion is not. Galaxy Wolfstar, I don't think you understand the level of endemic insomnia that I personally have. I have gotten sleep in the last 24 hours. I have pulled quadruple all-nighters. No, I died. You stopped functioning shortly after 16 hours? Wow, truly how the other half lives. Truly the two genders here. I struggle to get more than 6 hours of sleep per night. And I'm actually usually very, very productive between hours 20 and 30 of being awake. I'm actually usually, like, very productive during that period. My insomnia is actually doing really well the last couple of years. For a lot of my life, for a pretty large percentage of my life, I had a sleep cycle where 1 out of every roughly 10 days, I would just not fall asleep. For like 48 hours. Like, that was very normal for me for a lot of my life. Hello, UltraStim. Hello, UltraStim. We are doing calligraphy. That is what is up. And I am learning that a lot of my chat are not terminal insomniacs. Oh yeah, no, I've got horrible insomnia. Oh gee, Michan, that never happens to me. I need to take Ambien for that to happen. And not only do I need to take Ambien, I need to have not taken Ambien for like 2 years. Because you develop a resistance to Ambien pretty quick. It's typically, I would say, for me, if it's under 2 hours is typical. 2 hours for me to fall asleep is normal. If it's 4 hours, then something's wrong, and then I get up and do work. Highly unwelcome hygiene incident is a really awful set of phrases and also kind of a band name. But yes, UltraStim, this is a good place to be for. I honestly figured that a lot of my viewers would have horrible insomnia because I know a lot of them are Americans and it's super late o'clock for us. You're just a night owl? Well, for you, it's the morning, Michan. Wow, that's an interesting one. That's an interesting one, UltraStim. I am assuming that when you say going cold turkey on antidepressants the past 1.5 weeks, that you do not mean that was something you wanted to do on purpose. That you have written that in a way that suggests that you are not trying to do that on purpose. Thank you, Rexy Raibu. That actually sounds kind of useful. And Theo, that's a pretty good band name. Interesting, Scaldy. Yeah, no, I... We are in 1986 is pretty funny. Oh, that's pretty rough, Ultrastim. I just assumed that you were cut off. I just assumed that like your insurance screwed you. That's pretty rough. I would recommend trying to get back on them. Yeah, please. Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, please get back on them. Inappropriate username, by the way. Very funny old username is. Yeah, you're good, Rexy Raibu. I didn't even notice. Saw someone sell your old Necron army on Facebook. Nice. I wonder if I should just get a Facebook again just so I can use Facebook Marketplace. Right? There's not a lot of purpose in using a burner account. I gotta be real with you. For Facebook, at least. Sorry. Okay. I genuinely think I might implement a rule that if I swear I have to donate a sub. I mean, yeah, because that's the reason why that's a little bit pointless, right? It's because Facebook and Instagram are deeply linked services. Yeah, swear jar, exactly. Exactly, Scaldy. You know what I mean. I'm trying to say it less. I wonder if Bloom will think this is a threat. I hope he does. I mean, a lot of the reason why people trust you as a seller is because you've got your real name there. Like, I'm just being real with you. Like, that's like kind of the thing that allows it to be accountable and useful as Facebook Marketplace. So, buyers want you to have your real name there. I mean, Scaldy, I'd certainly be opposed to that if I'm putting a sub in every time. That's expensive. Poorly executed self-censors instead? Have I ever poorly executed a self-censor? Other than actually just swearing? Oh. Okay, so we were down to Cleo, and I'm really surprised that people want me to swear. That is not what I was expecting. Hello, Humter. Hello, Humter. Hello, Humter. Oh. Ah. There's a moment I'm really glad that I'm a VTuber. My ear is very itchy. Humter is fun to say. This is true. This is true. You are not... No lies detected there. Post-electric hobby? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's really funny. I reference the play Mr. Burns, a post-electric musical, a lot, but I haven't actually seen it. The conspicuous avoidance of it. Well... Interesting. Interesting. And here I was leaning in towards making the lack of swears part of my brand. In no small part because I actually kind of like the combination of almost never swearing while also just openly talking about, like, major serious topics. As a very, like... As a form of rebellion against the current forms of self-censorship that people do online. Well, and it's like, the self-censorship is stupid, is the thing. Like, I don't mind, like, not using swear words that are generic intensifiers. Like, the F word's just a generic intensifier. Like, who cares? Like, this is stupid. It's similar to not using the word very. Like, that's just kind of like an interesting linguistic challenge. But refusing to call suicide suicide is weird. Yeah, the unalive stuff is embarrassing. Horn is a really... That one I really don't like. I'll be honest, suicide and unalive are the ones that bother me the most, just because it's like you took a serious topic and made it like a joke. Oh, I mean, Hoomter, here's the more embarrassing part, is that it doesn't even work, right? That's the part that like I keep on trying to emphasize to people, is like, it's not functional at that purpose. Like people, the people who run the algorithms know, right? Like they know that when you say sewer slide that you mean suicide. Like they know it. And so it's not about even being servile, it's about in-group, right? It's about in-group signaling. It's just I don't know what in-group you're trying to signal to, because I'm not like, I am so far outside of the type of community that actually uses shorts meaningfully. Like, this is a generation gap thing, right? This is a generation thing. I am one of those people who's like, this video could have been an essay, is where I land on this generation gap. And so, like, this is all, like, stuff that's signaling in-group membership and savviness in context that I find incomprehensible. And so in their context, I just look like a moron, right? Like it's not a matter of like whether or not it's not for the algorithm's sake, right? Not for TikTok's sake or whatever. I should say, right? It's not for the company's sake that I would be using that language. It's for the TikTok user base. And to signal to them that I have a certain level of like hipness, coolness, and cultural savviness. But I don't entirely know what it's really like, what that group is really that I'm signaling towards. So I don't want to even like engage with it in a serious way. Hello, Emmerich Draws. Hello, Emmerich. Once again, thank you for the excellent beaver. How are things over in Breton? Oh, but there I think you actually understand who I'm signaling towards. I don't think that one's complicated. That one's not weird. That's I'm worried about swearing in front of little kids. I am trying to develop good habits for when I'm around little children, which I am actually around fairly frequently these days. Jesus, I actually went through all my paper. I don't know what the phrase ASCII tofu means, and I don't know how to read what you just said there, Vetelina. No, I'm out of printer paper that I raided from the closet. I have a lot more paper, but I'm trying to use, I'm using printer paper because it's cheaper at the moment. And it works slightly better with the professional calligraphy inks, weirdly. Yeah, this is non-watery. This is non-watery ink. Fountain pen ink will go like crazy on this. Fountain pen ink will not play well here. Yeah, I don't tend to throw things out, Theo. I don't tend to throw things out. The old pieces that I don't have on hand anymore are mostly, pieces that I've given away to people. Like, any of the ones that I've written tonight, like, the next time I see Bloom, like, I will see Bloom, in the not distant future. Bloom's gonna get it. Right? Yeah. I mean, that's cool, Vetalina. I don't know how to pronounce any of that. Why would that be worrying, Emmerich? Are you worried that you're becoming solipsistic? Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't actually have plans to see Bloom soon, but I know it's going to happen. I do have plans to see Haz soon. I know when I'm going to see Haz next. Yeah, I'll see Haz it off guy. I don't know if Bloom's going to be there. Bloom? I mean, he's a little bit late. Oh, Haz. Yeah, no, I know Haz's. I know Haz's. I'm pretty sure I'll see you there, Tayamichi, right? Yeah, I would be surprised if you weren't there. That would have been surprising. Off Kai cometh. Oh, I will see you there, Big Mama Chunk. Excellent. Sorry, locking in a little bit here. FOMO increasing? Sorry. I would not recommend coming to the US from the outside. Like, just flat out. I discourage travel into the US from the outside right now. Just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. F. I think F. No, I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. Yeah, I've talked about this a few times. So I'm a little tired of it, but yeah, it's I would not recommend it. I can only assume that the fever is going to break one of these days. Since it feels so recent and so temporary. Like, as recent as, like, 2016, like, the vibe was completely different, right? And the political situation was completely different. So it doesn't feel like this is, like, a stable set of changes. But that doesn't mean it can't get a lot of people killed in the meantime. And it doesn't matter if the law gets revoked 5 years from now if you're dead. Yeah, no, it feels like we're living in a very different era. And I can see signs that things are changing pretty rapidly. Maybe they just feel that way because I'm in New York. And New York is kind of, like, actively aggravating the Democratic National Committee by being too good. By very stubbornly refusing to turn into San Francisco. He is a cool dude. I like him. I like him, and he's got a lot of momentum at his back. I love my country of New York City. Are we about to go into ads? 'Cause I need to stretch really badly. I'm going to... I can't... The ads manager's broken, so I'm just going to run the ads, but good lord, San Francisco. Ugh. Alright, we'll be back. Hello, I'm back. I am back. Axe Body Spray World Cup Addiction. What in the world does IKEA Ragnarok Online mean? What in the world does that mean? I'm really curious as to what New York City. Here's what's New York City's GDP? I'm gonna look up list of countries by population. List of countries and dependent territories by population. So, if New York City was independent, it would be like Cuba-sized. Oh, okay, IKEA and Ragnarok Online. I am shocked that Ragnarok Online can be advertised. Like, I never even heard of Ragnarok Online until it was like so dead that you could only play it on private servers. So the idea that like it has anything to advertise is nuts to me. So yeah, New York City is 8.8 million. That's wild. That's wild. So if we're 8.8 million according to Wikipedia, we would be between Togo and Belarus. We would be the 101st country by population. And then let's take a look at our GDP. Our GDP is 2.4 trillion. List of countries by GDP nominal. Millions, right? That's so annoying. That's so annoying to give it to me in millions, you little bastards. So that's the millions place, that's the billions place, that's the trillions place. If we were an independent country, we would be number 12. We would be number 101 for population and number 12 for GDP. That's pretty neat. We would be just under Canada. That's pretty neat. New York City by itself represents almost 10% of the US GDP. The proud nation of New York. New York is more of a nation than America is, if we're being honest. Like, it's less of a country, but it's more of a nation. That's one of my favorite proposals, is for us to rejoin the Netherlands. There was a Dutch politician, like, making some joke videos about it, and it's like, yeah, this makes sense. He described it as a union of two people who love to a unity of people who are rude and love to make money. All right. I hope that's legible when I when I take a photo of it. I always worry with this gold. The gold doesn't always like show up in coherent ways. Okay. Oh! I didn't grab paper. Son of a... Okay, here, that's the question. I have one person left to do calligraphy for. I have one person left to go. I can just run and grab it. I can just run and grab it. I just run and grab it. You're just gonna have to see the away screen for another 30 seconds. I'll be back in like 1 minute. I am back. I am back. I almost spilled water over all of the calligraphy that I've done this night, which would have been a real nightmare. I would have been really upset if I had done that. Wow, I'm shocked you're still awake, Mimi. Actually, I'm not that shocked. You stay up very late, but still surprised. They're here. Thank you, thank you. You good, Galaxy Wolfstar? Purple? Purple. I'm gonna use black first. I'm not gonna use black, I'm gonna use red, actually. This is for Chibidoki, and her color is pink. I don't have pink. So no purple, no purple. I've used so much purple tonight. Roja? Can you say that, Galaxy Star? Roja? You're the one who said it first. Typing is saying. No good. No good. All right. Woo, okay, there we go. There we go. There's the wall. Now I'm tired. I was not tired until the last 30 seconds. Now I'm tired. I'm gonna finish this one up, and I think I'm calling it. Oh, dang it, Nano just ended. Boo. Boo. I might actually stop sooner than that, because my pen is going nuts. Oh, have a good night, Theo, and... How was that? Good? Did that make you happy, Galaxy Wolfstar? All right. Mimi, thank you for the workout time. I'm just going to do regular pseudo-planche push-ups this time. I'm not going to pike them. I might deficit them. Hello, Mr. Manser. Hello, Mr. Manser. Actually, before I do that, I'm gonna look something up here. First of all, shout out Mr. Neandomancer. How was the first day of Subathon? How was the first day of the Subathon? You're killing everyone. Excellent. Excellent. I'm still alive, so I guess I'm built different. I don't know, but Niano's killing you. Alright. Push-ups. Regular ass pseudo planche push-ups. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ugh. Ugh. Huh. I would never have thought the Galaxy Wolf Star was a virgin. Restart the archipelago because the Mega Man Legends client decided that yes, I had completed 115 of 118 checks while playing Pepsi Man. That sounds bad. I don't know. Just didn't have the vibe. Just pure intuition. Yeah, my intuition's terrible. I'm open about this. I have terrible intuition. I gotta check something. Also, somebody give me a raid target while I'm thinking about this. Mia's a good choice. Thank you, Mimi. Yeah, I've rated her before. She's rated me. Yeah, I'll go with Mia. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I want to get out of here before somebody raids me at the last second and drives me insane. Especially because now Twitch is not allowing me to stop raids. So, welcome back to me, right? Welcome back stream. This is a welcome back stream for me. Oh my goodness. That was a long one. I don't have a schedule for this week, so I haven't made one. There are my socials, there is my Discord. The only thing I know I am doing this week for sure is that Thursday evening, not night, Thursday evening, I will be at Capable Mabel's. We are going to be celebrating her birthday. Her birthday was last week, but it was too hot for her to do a 24-hour stream. So I will be part of a, I think she's planning to go for 24 hours. It might just be 12. Stream. I will be joining in on the Left 4 Dead 2 contingents. I do not know if people have seen me and Mabel interact before. Mabel and I are... Let's just say that Mabel and I have a very good on-screen chemistry. Let's just say that. That we have a very, very good on-screen chemistry. We have muchos in common. She's one of my favorite streamers. She's one of my best friends. I adore this. I adore the silly otter. Oh my god. I don't have any other plans. I don't have any other plans. I have no other plans. That's it. I will probably stream at least one other time. If I am smart, we will do a... if I do a good job. What? Unrecognized command / raid? What are you talking about? If I am on top of the ball, there we go. If I'm on the ball, we will have an infinity game on the server. That's the end. Goodbye. I'll post raid messages, but you'll see it.